and we're on.
We're good? Okay.
We're good to go.
You want to know a fun fact?
What, Brox?
We cannot hear you.
Yeah, you.
You
What?
are. I have you at 200% volume and I could not hear you.
Bro.
Your mic trailed off so fucking hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plugged in.
It wasn't.
Hear me
It
now.
wasn't even.
Yes, we can hear you now. You're good.
You want to know a fun fact?
What?
What's up?
I did something to Cheesy's nickname last Ace Attorney session. Find it in the video.
I don't want to look through. I don't want to look
5
through that.
hours.
Okay.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said.
Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved.
I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings.
Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me.
Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me.
What do you mean, what happened to you?
It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence.
What did you have to do with those killings, Emma? Or what did you have to do with those killings, Emma?
G-Man. On the night prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me.
What? You tried to kill you?
Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me.
So that means you...
Yes, I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial.
I didn't see that one coming. I read it though.
Oh my.
It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office.
Joe Dark.
It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up.
Jake Marshall's brother.
Joe Dark tried to take me hostage. Before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then,
What happened?
I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now.
A permanent picture?
I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall.
So you weren't able to testify about that?
No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. I must be by Lana when she made up the crime.
Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence?
The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it.
Edgeworth?
Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known it was he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened.
So it's true, even though he may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence.
After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today.
She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. What did you see in the instant that crime? What did you see in the instant the crime occurred? Fuck.
Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife.
Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl.
I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms.
Poor Emma, you've been through so much.
I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good.
2 years ago. You must have been 14. That's understandable.
Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies. And find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way Lana would never have to forge any.
I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. Oh, fuck. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma.
What is it?
You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right?
That's right.
Why didn't the serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor?
Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day.
Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police?
Of course, this happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office.
But why did he run all the way to your sister's office?
Because the detective offices in the questioning room are right across from the elevator.
Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she?
Oh, silly, didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force.
What? That's news to me.
After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor.
Lana used to be a detective? I better have another talk with her. Alright.
But Lana,
Cringe boy. It seems I kept causing you trouble.
Falsifying evidence? I didn't think you were the type.
Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we?
but Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty.
Believe me, I understand the risks.
Lana, Emma told me about you.
Oh?
About how you were a detective 2 years ago? And how the S19 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office.
That's right.
Could you fill me in on the details? Especially about that unusual change of jobs?
I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright.
A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another 2 years ago.
Evidence from that case was still as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be.
devious.
That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? Sorry, I was getting snacks. I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth.
It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul.
Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15 there was no murder at the police department.
Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss Starr, said. About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us?
Emma, this doesn't involve just me.
I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so phased before. Make the joke and I kill you.
I was thinking about it.
Oh,
I almost just said on instinct.
I was the only one that wasn't thinking about it.
It's true. I was a member of a police force 2 years ago.
She was amazing. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together.
Anime. Chief Gant.
He was the deputy.
Deputy chief.
Fuck. Oh my god.
He was deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked on the crime scenes. Damien Gant. He was everything I aspired to be.
They're the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed.
Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened?
I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was
To gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use that experience in court, right?
Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became the chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office.
Maybe I should ask more about the investigation of theirs 2 years ago.
2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark.
Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right?
Yes, Deputy Chief Gans and I shared the same office and the same investigations.
They even had the same office.
We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place.
Maybe tried to murder Emma.
Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark.
You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me.
Now you tell us.
Damien Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So they waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself.
That's where he found me.
So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana?
It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw the spy on the floor and smelled blood.
3 bodies. Prosecutor Marshall, the victim Emma who passed out,
And the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious.
what'd you do?
To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her.
Can't blame her. After all, her sister must have gone through. Good.
After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest.
Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SO9 incident?
That's right. Quite a coincidence, hmm?
I don't buy it.
What are you saying?
There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident just by chance.
But that case was solved 2 years ago.
At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved.
Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely.
I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark.
Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Anyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories.
That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right?
Yes, in the office that Damien Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the Chief's office.
Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office. The side of the found SO9 murder. There can be like bloodstains or something. Bruh. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere.
Things seem kinda quiet around here today.
You're right. The chief of detectives seems the same though.
Why don't we go look for some other people to talk to?
Right. We can come back here later. Oh,
Howdy, Bambina.
Oh, Mr. Marshall.
I never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Que sera sera. You never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? I should have known my luck would run out when old Billy tried up this morning.
Billy?
must be his pet cactus. Hey, where are you headed?
Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner.
But Mr. Marshall, why did you do it?
Why the prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one.
Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened?
Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so.
What do you mean, fishy?
Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon.
The murder weapon? You mean the switchblade knife with the broken tip?
Well, that was Joe Dark's all right. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised.
A question?
Or was the tip?
The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained.
What does that mean?
That means there's a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased.
Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence?
That case left behind scars on all of us.
The scars that the SO9 incident left behind?
I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just been detective when it went down. It was our first case together.
How old was he, your brother?
He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day.
The highest honor? You mean the...
King of prosecutors.
I knew it.
What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor.
Mr. Marshall must have been really close with his brother.
The day the SO9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as...
That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal.
Interesting.
It was drizzling that morning. By nightfall, there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die.
Apparently, someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered and the evidence locker was empty.
There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room.
What about Detective Goodman?
If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious.
They?
Who are you talking about?
Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Skye. The investigation lead, Damon Gant, and his second in command, Lana Skye. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case is the biggest step in both of their careers.
After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right?
Yeah, Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Scott was totally different when she was a detective.
Now he mentions it. Emma said that too.
Tell me, what happened to my sister?
Sorry, Bambina, but his secret is too well guarded. I never found out.
Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago.
So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner?
It was certainly enlightening.
There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina.
Damn.
Guys, like a boss.
This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted.
That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes.
That's me, right?
Chief.
Is this Gant?
No.
No, wait, no, this is the other chief.
Well,
That's you, right, Wobble?
Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us. But the chief prosecutor saying what she did about the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media and tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those.
Sir? We'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office.
Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor.
Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything.
Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief prosecutor's office.
Whoa.
Whoa.
piano.
Whoa.
Whoa. Where am I?
Chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door.
Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it?
Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. used to call me Little Miss Back. Fuck. Fuck. Lol. Smile.
Why did it? What the fuck?
I never could remember where C was. Big.
Hmm?
Can't.
Oh, it's you two.
Chief Gant. He put the paper he was reading in his desk.
So, Rado, you been swimming lately?
No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately.
I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too, with Mr. Marshall's misconduct. And Lyle's provocative statement.
Provocative statement. Oh, you mean about the forged evidence?
2 years have passed since that incident. Why, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me.
So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Nice sword. Sign another one.
We took it to commemorate our work together.
But there's the pot too, bruh.
Oh my god, yeah.
I'm not right about
Yeah.
this picture. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it though. Yeah, okay. The prosecutor's award is different, and the pot is different. There's there too. Oh no.
No. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
Doesn't Gant wear gloves?
Yes.
Those bloody fingerprints that we found nothing for on the other locker?
Oh.
It's Gant.
Yeah, it has to be Gant, dude.
But this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore.
All the same, we still like to have a look around.
Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore.
Eh.
Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend.
Looks like we aren't welcome.
It seems that the case isn't over with yet, after all.
What do you mean?
Chief Gant denied a request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there.
You mean like a clue?
There's gotta be a way we can get inside the chief's office.
Crash through the window.
Don't
Break
shoot
right.
here yet.
Crash straight in.
Oh, there he is.
Hey, pal.
Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting?
I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt. From sitting so long? Actually, from serving everyone coffee.
Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop.
Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth?
Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask?
He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battle's between you two in court.
That sounds serious.
Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes.
Why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Well, Sky is the guilty party here, isn't she?
Regardless, the prosecutor's responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor's kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now, with this, are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies.
Have fun.
Hey, Dick. Keep up the good work.
Yes, sir.
Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat.
Yes, sir.
You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay? Dick.
Yes, sir.
These don't have any problems with enemies.
Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing.
He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything?
The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack.
His final attack? You mean...
When he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl. Me.
It seemed Detective Gomez should never realized Emma was the girl.
That's when they left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay?
His powers of recollection never failed to impress.
Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was your run-of-the-mill businessman.
A businessman? What made him take the serial killing?
On his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. With his car? So it was an accident? An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. An animal? He killed a man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed a lady who saw the second crime. A kid walked by the den, so he killed him, too. Then when he was burying for the bodies, a jogger came up upon the scene and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in.
Seems he was a pretty careless animal.
Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence.
So he turned himself in.
Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed.
That last witness. AKA Emma. About this.
Hey, is that?
It has a tag attached to it with the label SO9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of.
What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, the knife's always been locked away in the locker. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, it suddenly disappeared from the locker. And was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it. Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again! You goldfish brain?
Damn.
This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it?
That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at, plus it had his fingerprints on it too. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well, anyway. Take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound.
Did it match Dark's knife?
You bet. Down to the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know.
Can I ask you one more thing?
What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant.
It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered.
Chief's out now and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Well, any detective's ID card could unlock the door. What? Really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned.
Oh.
Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. That won't work either. Data was deleted the day he died. Oh.
So in other words, Gumshoe was our only chance of getting in the office.
Wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind.
I swear to God. No one's here today. Not even Miss Star. Oh.
Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are.
Well, we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m.
Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case.
But instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana look guilty.
Hang in there, Lana.
I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. I guess we can go talk to Edgeworth. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet.
There he is! It looks like he's writing something. What are you doing here?
He sure was quick to put the paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh?
I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you.
That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings.
So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day.
I wonder what he was writing before.
Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look.
Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there.
Just distract him. I'll check it out.
Hey, Edgeworth. It doesn't look like to shoot out the window out there. Oh no, he's falling to the ground.
Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet.
He didn't even look.
What? Letter of, If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says, letter of resignation.
No.
Edgeworth, you don't mean...
I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault! I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either.
Uh-oh. I think he's serious.
Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something.
This letter of resignation. I wonder if I could use it for anything. Bruh.
He won such a prestigious award. Why would he just leave it on the couch?
Yeah, you'd think he'd want to show this thing off more than a giant steel samurai. What is it?
This is the King of Prosecutors Award, right?
Of course it is. You know that.
I saw something today that looked like this somewhere.
Something that looked like that?
Yeah, only different. Now, where was that?
She's right. Something's amiss here. Maybe I should show Edgeworth the item. Oh. Okay.
There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do can erase that fact.
But you didn't know, did you?
The
I mean, the evidence was falsified.
police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same no matter what excuse I might have. Mr. Edgeworth, I take pride in my work.
Hello, Cheesy.
That's
not
Jug.
cheese, it's Jug.
Oh.
It's Jug.
Hello, Jug. Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow?
First last year's trial and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this.
What do you mean?
The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long.
It's only half as long as most lists. That is odd.
After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time.
A picture. Something seemed strange about it. Could you tell us again what happened that day? Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony of station, right?
I never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you're awarded this? Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department.
You finished up at the office?
Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back.
Bruh.
Take something back? This. Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in the case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office.
That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to?
That's right.
This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office.
Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes? The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding, it's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. Ah, I remember now.
Remember what?
That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. A story?
Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us?
It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on.
Contradiction. See you in court.
This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story?
Me? Oh, sure. Everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it though, for Emma's sake?
Very well. Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon.
Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other, bruh.
Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as we mentioned, the very description of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends it with the merchant at a loss for words. But it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today.
That's funny. If that's so, then why are we only given the shield?
You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished.
Chief Gant. Is this a star? I think it's
Might be.
star. Yeah, okay.
Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef?
Miss Star. I guess she's out of lunches.
You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago.
Everyone in this trial was involved in the S9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred in the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't be attributed to a mere coincidence.
Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness?
The instant law stabbed the woman with a knife.
No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten.
Miss Star's hatred towards Lana. It all dates back 2 years ago.
Joe Dark. That's a name I will not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell.
You mean because of his brother's death?
They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate.
Her?
Lana Sky.
My sister?
The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo.
Lana and Chief Gant.
That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up with our investigation. That's why we're so shocked over how it turned out.
You mean with the forging of evidence?
Don't get me wrong, Joe Dart got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in the court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret.
But you don't have proof anything illegal was done.
I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then, Lana Sky transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor.
Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor.
Nothing's quite as simple as it appears.
Huh?
Lana Sky was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter.
She was being used?
Damien Fat and Lana Sky. Gant led the investigation, with Lana second in command. They were the best.
They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they?
Damien Gant's magnetism, in particular, was most unreal.
His magnetism?
By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he'd handled.
Incredible evidence. You mean...
Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him though.
I take it she's talking about forged evidence.
Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her.
Really?
Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hid anything crooked, and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake.
Mr. Marshall.
When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating.
Miss Star.
That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that?
Alana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she?
Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence.
Chief.
That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control. And then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office.
What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred?
If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along.
But how could he control Lana?
I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude. There must have been a reason for her change.
At last. I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Star.
You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create a fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been.
I like talk to her about it. Nope. Go back here, maybe? Yeah.
Oh, you're back.
You're still here?
I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ.
You're a DJ as well?
If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey.
Hell yeah, DJ Dick.
Oh, that DJ.
Rocks.
Gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no.
Hmm?
I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line.
But that was the last crime scene, the S9 incident. I have to take a look in there.
There's got to be something we can do to make the detective change his mind.
Remember if there's anything to him? What? Oh, this. Yes.
What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious!
Is he ever not serious?
I can't believe they pushed him this far.
Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible.
When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice, too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him.
Detective.
Honest guy.
That's it. I've made up my mind.
But
Here, take my ID card.
We can't do that. If someone found out,
it wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report.
Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated.
what?
So at least let me do this, for Mr. Edgeworth's sake.
The goat. The goat. All right, detective. Thank you. You the goat.
Gumshoe is the fucking goat.
Gumshoe the goat. Goddamn.
Saving everyone.
Here goes, Mr. Wright. We're in! If anyone finds us now,
So the Gumshoe's a goner.
That happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Ugh.
sorry, I thought you were a ghost.
I didn't even know you could slap a ghost.
Ah! Detective Gumshoe! What are you doing sneaking up here on us like that?
I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might have gone wrong. So I came too.
If you're here, then what's the point of giving us your ID card?
Oh my god!
Take a picture, please.
I got it. I'm putting it in
Of his
general.
dumb shit smiling face.
I'm sending this to Magic.
That
too.
is great. It's just fucking. He's laughing and he just fucking crushed his ID
I
card.
sent it to Magic too.
Good, good.
Hey, don't do that to my card.
You're really fucked up now.
I hardly ever get a chance to come in here. So I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're on this together now.
Wait, I just realized, how come I'm not voicing Edgeworth?
I don't fucking know.
That's a fair point.
You get
If you wanna-
you get Clavier though.
I do get Clavier,
You do get Clavier.
plus we're already around at the end of this, so I guess it doesn't matter.
Yeah. You really do want to get fired, don't you?
Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out.
I've got a bad feeling about this. Armor! This is the real deal, isn't it? These armors and weapons?
Minecraft.
Sure is, pal. The chief doesn't care for imitations.
It's a pipe organ, not this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone to this room?
What was that voice you just did?
My voice like
What?
died.
You mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes.
You don't have any taxes to pay.
Shh, be careful what you say. Who knows? Chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak.
I don't think he's fitting there.
Oh!
Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out.
Cut it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy can be.
Magic just said 2 words. God damn it, Gumshoe.
This is a safe, isn't it? Oh, also, has Magic played any of the games?
Yeah, he's a pretty big fan, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he drew Apollo in, like, 2014.
Oh, cool. This is a safe, isn't it?
Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue.
1228.
Okay, if you say
Okay.
so.
That wrong case.
Yeah, wrong
Looks like
case.
a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it.
You think it's
$50 that it's 777.
Alright.
Oh my god!
A 7-digit number. I think I just might know what it is.
Do you know what it is?
I have a hunch.
Oh, I know. You want to try my birth date? It's...
I have a better idea. Here goes nothing.
7, 7.
7 sevens.
Oh my god!
One.
Bingo!
One.
What number did you enter?
one.
1.
Whose birthday was
what?
that, pal?
777777. The final ID card number on the record.
What?
Number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day.
You mean 77777777? That ID number?
I think you're 1-7 shy this time.
Yes.
It's only one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number.
Say, anyone care to look inside?
Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away?
Looks like it's
The face shard!
A shard from a broken cup.
This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before?
taking a picture. There's something else in here too.
Ramadan.
It's the fucking sword. No, never mind.
It's a handprint.
Leather cloth.
It's a handprint.
This is a handprint, isn't it?
This is a bucket.
Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design?
Hold on.
Gum
let me see
shoe.
real quick. Gumshoe. You motherfucker.
Gumshoe.
Gumshoe.
I don't think so.
Oh, well, it was just a thought.
Is that it? This is all that was in the safe?
Apparently so. It's empty now.
Piece of cloth with a handprint on it, and a broken shard from a cup.
They looked like pieces of evidence.
Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I just can't let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here.
Great. Now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items next to
Come on, there's gotta be something we can show the detective.
Oh, we can show him the cup. Detective Gumshoe, could you have a look at this jar?
I remember when the three of us put that back together. Those were the days, even though it was like 2 days ago.
Today?
Yeah.
It kind of hurts to be nostalgic.
Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case?
That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 sticker on it.
Does this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found?
You mean this one that was in the safe?
Yes, that one. That was in the safe.
Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits.
Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this.
Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do.
Mr. Wright, here's some glue. Glue.
Here's together again. The proof is getting cheap up with knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes.
I wonder where it goes. Okay.
There!
Look.
It fits like a charm. That, of course, means she get willingly and knowingly hit a piece of this jar in, hit a piece of this jar in a safe. In other words, he can steal a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident.
But
Hey guys, get a load of this Horns' ass.
What is this? What is it?
This piece you just attached. It's different from the others.
Blood.
there's a reddish line on it.
A reddish line. That's blood.
I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in the safe?
So what about the fingerprint thing? Would it be... Oh, the... I have no idea.
Wouldn't you have to go back for it?
I'm like thinking like I need to possess something that would relate to like the glove like prints that we found that had no fingerprints.
Here, go back to the beginning. Yeah, there's nothing involved.
Maybe this. Let me see. There's a gumshoe. I'd like you have a look at this.
Hey, I know what that is. So you want to take some fingerprints?
It's a great idea, Detective.
Alright, go to town. Sheesh.
What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that?
Go ahead, take my fingerprints.
Oh my god.
Gumshoe, you dumbass! You poor bastard!
It's not your fingerprints we want to take.
Dude, Gumshoe is so fucking innocent.
Huh?
It's precious.
Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth found in the safe.
Oh, I knew that.
It's just
The
absolutely.
one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh, where's your sense of humor?
Okay.
He's absolutely crushed inside.
Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Then once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away.
What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told a million times. Alright, let's get this over with. Okay, guys, you ready to hear me mash A?
Yeah.
Um,
You might need to pick a finger first.
there we go.
Oh, it's a fake fingerprint.
Wow,
Maybe
that
my
finger
best shot.
sucked.
That kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it?
But it doesn't look like we're gonna clear result from this print.
Okay, let's try a different finger then.
Middle finger, cause fuck you!
I swear to God, if it actually works.
It
worked!
Cause
It
fuck
fucking
you! Cause fuck you!
Press B to blow.
It's Gans. Has to be Gans.
It's Gantz.
Nope, never mind.
No, it's not Gantz.
You're in trouble.
It's not stars.
Deceived.
Ah!
Oh.
Oh my god! They're Emma's? Dude, this case keeps getting so much weirder.
No, how can this be? What is Emma's fingerprints doing here?
Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they?
Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match.
Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's. I
Phoenix!
thought they'd be Dark's prints.
Psst. Hey, you. Over here. What's going on here? What are that kid's prints doing inside the chief's safe?
That's me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now.
Here, maybe you should hold on to this.
What the fuck is this case, dude?
Bro.
Wow, look at the size of the Chief Gant's desk.
Speaking of that, when we were here earlier,
Oh, it's you two.
Chief Gant! He put that paper he was reading in his desk. I wonder what he was reading.
This looks like a list of evidence.
A list of evidence?
In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though.
Hey, look at the case name.
Huh? Oh.
Huh? SL9 incident? I wonder what this is doing here.
Hold on, detective. What'd you just say?
I said, I wonder what...
No, about the evidence list. Normally they're twice as long.
That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence.
A half-size list of evidence.
The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long.
What would the other half of the list be doing here?
I knew it! The chief must be hiding something about that case.
If we're the pure cell. Slide to left. These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf.
Hey! This is when Lana and I went to that theme park.
Look at that giant window. You want to crash through it and jump outside? Oh my god.
Oh my
This is
god.
the 15th floor.
I know, I was just saying.
Saying what?
Ever since being a detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that.
Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams.
So long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired.
Don't say that.
Damn.
This was Lana's desk. It sure is tidy.
Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner.
There's not even any dust in it, so it looks like someone's keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here?
No. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff legends are made of.
Does he keep it in memory of her or memory of the crime?
Chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the Criminal Affairs Department.
That's what? That's on the second floor, and this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building. Jesus Christ!
When a detective screws up, the chief calls them to his office and makes them listen to the organ for hours.
What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul.
After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except the ringing in their ears.
Phoenix,
so it's
right.
recommended punishment. Ritual.
Phoenix, right, Jess, for your soul.
But aren't the chief's ears affected?
He never listens to anyone anyway.
That's beside the point. Wait.
Late.
This was taken on that day 2 years ago.
The day Joe Dark ran out of questioning the room and tried to kill Emma.
After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. Then that went along with Chief Gant to question Dark. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later.
Gee, you think? Anything else? The desk again for some reason.
Wow, look. We found.
Oh, we found this. Whoa! We found this inside the drawer. A list of evidence from the SN9 incident.
Mr. Edgeworth had the other half of that list.
What this list doing here? You better look at a little more into those lists. Okay, I think that's it for this room, I guess. I'll let the window.
You can see pretty far from 15 stories up. If you were to drop that suit of armor from here?
At first, the Chief wanted us to use stained glass for the window.
Really? Why didn't he?
They say he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view.
Oh,
Stained glass or not, it's a huge window. Nothing else out there. Oh, the floor.
this mark looks like some kind of flower.
Word is it's designed after the insignia on the prosecutor's badge.
Prosecutor's badge?
Yeah, like the one hanging from your collar.
What? They have badges too?
Design's supposed to portray the severity of the punishment system.
Now that you mention it, it does look all pointy and kind of painful.
Mr. Edgeworth never wears a badge.
That's because he's a sharp dresser. A badge like that wouldn't go too well with his outfit.
So sharp dressers don't need to wear badges?
I guess everyone just kind of lets it slide.
I don't see how that's supposed to signify severe punishment. I think that's it.
Yeah.
I think we're done investigating here. So let's go talk to Edgeworth.
Doesn't get caught like a boss.
Probably just like recorded, so he just dies anyways.
Right, please. I'm the prosecutor on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea.
I'll pass on the tea. Just tell me about the case.
Mr. Wright, Mr. Edgeworth, just told you no in a very stylish manner.
Whose side do you want, anyway? Maybe I'll just show my best evidence I can get some reaction out of him. This? Probably?
Perhaps.
Bro. Okay. I suppose not.
You showed him the handprint, right? I wasn't watching.
No, we didn't.
Then try showing him that.
Nope.
Oh,
Yeah, no. The fuck?
gotta be something.
Nah. Maybe like. Okay.
I don't think.
This is not.
This is a wrong answer.
Attorneys and prosecutors have no business showing evidence outside the court. It's taboo, especially when both parties are involved.
She really means it. Oops. How about this? Okay, no.
Goofy brain.
Did I like miss something?
Just.
You can like check the place for blood.
Oh yeah. You never did that.
Here, Gumshoe, look at this.
That's what the chief was reading before, isn't it? You know, when we first came in here,
Yeah, it looks like the right side of the foam's been torn off.
so Mr. Edgeworth's list really was only half of the whole thing.
Something else is bugging me more than that. Take a look at the back of that form, pal.
Back?
What?
What the hell?
Nice drawing.
Oh!
Emma
This
drawing.
is what Emma
Emma
drew.
drawing.
Oh,
Look
what?
Look like someone drew some kind of a sketch here.
What is it? Did you find something?
I can't make it out. I better keep quiet about it now. For now. Huh? Oh no, it's nothing.
Why are your eyes moving about like that, Mr. Wright?
I better not forget about this picture. Bruh.
That was the last thing I was expecting.
What is this? But no. What's this piece of cloth anyway?
Smooth and sort of feels like vinyl. I think I've felt something like this before. Nah, I can't remember.
It seems this is becoming a habit with you.
I can't keep anything in my head lately.
Note to self, Detective Gumshoe is going senile.
I must fingerprints are found in this cloth. I have a bad feeling about this.
Spray.
Spray.
Nice cloth.
This is a handprint, right?
Yeah, someone left behind an oil stain on the fabric. Whoever it was,
Oil
must have had a
stain?
really oily hand.
Mr. Wright, think about it scientifically.
Huh?
A more likely explanation is the person slipped and fell on a freshly waxed floor, getting wax all over their hand.
Well, not with a
Emma, you're
for the amount of
lying.
oil, I guess.
Either
Not
she's
too much think about it though.
either she's lying or something's up.
It happens, you know. I always slip on the floors after school after they're waxed.
I'm gonna check everything real quick.
Spray!
Hey, I just bought some of that stuff. Now I can go around detecting blood traces too.
Is that hand sanitizer?
Oh no. Oh no.
Wow, is that a new type? I've never seen that bottle before. Add 3 inches to your base height.
Base height? Hey, let me see that. Looming tall, new and improved growth formula.
You mean this can't detect any blood traces?
Well, it's not quite the same thing as luminol.
Oh, Gumshoe, you poor
So
bastard.
that's why that lady at the counter had that smirk on her face.
I need to
Poor
talk to her.
man.
I just got on the other side of the room. Was that your sister's?
Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago.
Is anyone using it now?
No, sir, this is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene.
That's a strange reason to leave it there.
He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time.
I see.
So, ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk?
No one except Chief Grant and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning.
Still, 2 years have passed since the incident. There can't be any clues remaining.
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it?
Why do you ask?
You don't think? Nah, you wouldn't be. No. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Okay, now then, let's look around a bit more.
Stream?
Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy.
Huh? What is it?
When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go at that.
Sorry, this guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you?
You two don't think. Chief Gan might be a suspect, do you?
What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him?
Chief can't. So it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings, yet.
There you go, ignoring me again. Well, was that any help?
Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. This is Gant. Gant?
Big?
Oh, now that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat?
Chief Gan.
We didn't think you'd be back so soon.
Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective.
Do you mean me, sir?
Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Oh, you in the coat.
Me, sir?
Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore.
But, sir.
Fuck off.
Now get out!
Yes, sir.
What the?
We'll be on our way too then.
I was looking at this fucking Twitter post that Ernie posted. Wait. You. The one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet.
Me, sir?
I'd like a word with you.
But, sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet.
You with the spiky hair. You're free to go.
Look, Mr. Wright.
Something's not right here.
Look, pal, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you?
I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired.
Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it.
Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time?
Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal.
After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some of the questions, but she'll be busy for the rest of the day. Wow. Hey,
Rox?
Huh? Oh. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning.
it's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here.
But I've already told you all I can.
What you've told me over these couple past days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing.
Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman.
You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words.
Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right.
Edgeworth?
Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term used, I believe.
That's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. Awesome. I have to admit, I was a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're capable of doing it because of a certain individual. Bro.
What an intriguing notation. A certain individual, you say? Do you think I'm protecting this person?
Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may persuade you to silence.
For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom may I ask this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly so frightened of? What's this person's name?
Gumshoe. Promise guy?
Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place.
Take it she's still not ready to spill the beans.
My apologies. Please tell me a bit more about what you think you know. We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective.
Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes?
His crimes?
Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence.
Of course, these are serious offenses.
Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned?
Chief Gant?
Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was...
Me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation.
Yes, you, but also one other. Damn it, Gant.
If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Gant falsified evidence in that case.
Try this. I just found this in the safe in the Chief's office. This jar piece, and this piece of cloth I was above. Okay. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the S9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than the Chief himself. But tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him?
Touche, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised, I cannot disobey the Chief's orders. Even if it means being found guilty for murder.
Why not?
Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate.
In the murder of Detective Goodman.
Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day.
Gant.
I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. He was the one who did it.
Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman.
Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered the murder weapon while inspecting the body.
The murder weapon. You mean Edgeworth's knife?
No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it.
The knife from the SO9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife.
I couldn't just leave that knife in him. So I took it out and stabbed him with the other knife.
That would be Edgeworth's knife.
That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand.
And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand?
Yes. It seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in him.
Miss Star, huh? Bro. Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly?
It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that, by whatever means possible.
So you hid Dark's knife?
The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it was, the reporters would have a field day with that.
So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. And it's with exhaust pipe.
Right. Then I called my sister to tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler.
You asked Emma?
I don't want anyone on the force to know about this.
That would explain why Emma is so confident. About Lana's innocence?
Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day.
A bad feeling?
The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall,
Marshall? Why on earth would you call him?
the lead investigator for the SL9 incident, had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least, I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escape of his own.
Oh, you mean...
Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things in his own hands.
He disguised himself as Detective Goodman trying to steal evidence.
He had already stolen the ID card. But it seems he didn't. It seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared.
So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room?
I'm afraid that's all I can tell you.
But Lana...
You've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow.
Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I have to get to the bottom of everything. Man, the Detective Goodman's a real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago?
To be continued.
To be continued. Final day.
Here we
we go.
go.
Get that shit done, boy.
This is it.
This is the defendant lobby, alright, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if...
Who's this?
I have no idea.
Something's
Up
been
there.
happening behind the scenes.
Edgeworth.
Knowing me, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 777 card ID number is, that is.
Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out.
You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. That number does belong to whom you suspect, and no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything.
True. Not yet.
In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes right, and Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty. Don't turn into Von Karma now, Edgeworth.
But she didn't do it.
I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say.
This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll know the truth is to draw it out of her.
The truth?
Everything goes back to the S9 incident.
Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. You don't have time to reminisce about the past.
That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you lose your only chance to find what really happened.
I'll think about it.
Secret? Oh.
See you in court, right?
This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has in there, it's now.
This is it, Luigi.
Holy fuck.
I'm a stone, Edgeworth.
Shut up! Roxas, I need you to stop calling yourself a stoner. Court is now in session for the
Weed?
trial of Bitlana Sky.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
Normally, this is when the prosecution pours forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make.
Chief Gant.
Why was he
Morning,
slightly
Paul.
transparent?
How's everyone doing? Hey, Energy. Get back to the pool yet? I'm doing a new voice for Chief. No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that.
If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours?
Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court.
She wants to do what?
Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble.
What's this all about, defendant?
I just like to make one simple request, and I'll be finished.
Well then, what's her request?
Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial.
Huh?
I consent to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I am Rear Detective Bruce Goodman. In the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office.
No. Lana! You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea.
In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services.
But Lana,
Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please.
Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to
I know
continue,
exactly what's going to happen here.
yep.
even if Mr.
Edgeworth
Wright may feel
objection.
otherwise.
I'm thinking like Emma. This can't be happening.
It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant.
Okay, never mind.
Yep!
Fucking told you. One moment, Your Honor.
Mr. Edgeworth!
The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature.
Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you. But why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, hmm?
I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant.
What?
Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes.
Some kind of deal, hmm? Not everyone operates you as you do, Worthy.
God damn it.
What?
Every time Cheesy leaves our joins,
Yeah.
the stream just goes
Yeah.
blank.
Yep.
He's cursed.
He is cursed.
Cheesy, fuck you,
Trying to
Cheesy.
like fix the lag. I don't know what's happening.
You're causing it.
You are cursed.
All right,
It's
onward.
always his fault.
I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness.
Oh, to who?
As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request that the court hears her testimony.
Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to
I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy.
Ezra got no chill.
However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it.
Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request.
Damn, Edgeworth, a real one.
That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy, you'll live to regret this. Mark my words.
Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand.
Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by its reins. Yeah, fucking goddamn.
Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation.
Give me a second, just in case.
Just in case Cheesy leaving and joining causes the game to crash.
My name is Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time.
Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant?
Yes, it most certainly is.
Well, okay then.
You sure gave in fast.
Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago.
The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. Let's go.
To go.
I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
It's a good thing you weren't harmed.
I passed out. I don't remember much.
That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth. What does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder?
That will soon become apparent, Your Honor.
You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence.
Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
Alright, let's go. Two years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct?
Yes, she was second in command under then Deputy Chief of Police Gant. My sister. She was the best detective ever.
Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Skye used to be quite the pair.
I believe they shared the same office. That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk. And I'd dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play that day too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work.
A man?
Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest.
When he saw this chance, he fled the room, right?
Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky and Gant's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him.
What was the prosecutor doing there?
That day, there were two people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
I almost forgot about Gant.
Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Jesus Christ.
Killing of prosecutors.
And when dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony.
I assume that would also be why he was the first one to run after Dark.
When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead.
And that's when the prosecutor and Marshall came running in?
I don't clearly remember what happened then. But
Can you tell us about that?
Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out.
The lights?
It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby.
So the electricity went out?
Wait a minute. It was pitch dark in that room. You shouldn't have been able to see anything, right?
Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind.
I see.
I told the detective about what I saw then.
The detective?
Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case.
Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago?
Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw? Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture.
Picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before.
Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough?
This picture the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning.
The list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture.
Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony?
Objection. Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Edgeworth, this little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying it's
Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture.
That may well be, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold!
Is the evidence list from the SL9 incident?
Please turn it over, Your Honor.
Turn it over. Turn it... Ah! What's this?
Yes. What is that? Hey! That's it! That's the picture I drew!
Indeed. Two men appear to be wrestling here.
What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list?
Me?
Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list.
Huh? these lists, they're different from each other.
What?
It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed a few years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other.
So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half the evidence in the case ever reached you.
What? What?
Order. But Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list?
Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor.
Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor!
Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head.
If the evidence list was if the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, that's quite conceivable. Mr. Edgeworth?
It's possible. Let's see.
Microwave. Is something wrong?
You even have to ask.
Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. Oh my god!
Oh my god.
What?
I think I remember seeing this part of the trial.
That's that thing! That thing that was dancing in the evidence room!
Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives.
I guess he was out of scrap paper.
Very well. Witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago?
Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor.
What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture.
This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind.
Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw.
Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about the murder prosecutor near Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Did you draw this picture after the incident?
I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Sky.
2 or 3 days later, the memory should still have been fresh in her mind.
Excuse me, witness. Well, can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black?
So at the time when you didn't even know was Mr. Marshall.
No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor.
You were knocked to the floor.
Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed.
Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt.
What happened after the lightning flashed?
You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place?
No, I'm sorry. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further?
What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here.
Anyway, this picture.
Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you said?
Of course, this is the exact scene.
Okay. It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives? Yeah, I know what it is. Yeah, okay, cool.
Are you insinuating you somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Ray?
No, of course not. I better watch out or he might find some way to cut my salary.
I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives. So I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me.
Big.
Oh. Mr. Wright. Is there something that's bothering you about the picture?
Huh? Oh, well... That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. Yeah, okay. I know what it is. Okay, never mind. I guess not. Okay. Blah blah blah. Okay. Oh. Oh, it's this. Okay. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction.
What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday.
Mr. Wright. Perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report?
This, I guess. The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closer, you can see the tip is broken.
Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright.
But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too.
If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body.
It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer.
I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma.
And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem?
It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, the murder weapon should not yet be broken.
Ah! What's the meaning of this?
Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand.
Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there.
That's right. But what does this mean?
The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken.
That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly.
But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency.
Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence?
You're treading on thin ice, right?
All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility.
No. Ugh.
Order, order, order. Are you saying that the investigation was corrupted?
Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place on the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, the marshal questioned Joe Dark along with Devin Gann. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in the story is a lie.
I'm not lying.
She has to be because of the fingerprints, though.
The man really was holding up a broken knife.
That's gotta be connected to something.
If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife.
What are the chances of there being two broken knives?
Another broken knife beside Joe Dark's. Could there have been one?
The jar?
No, give me the jar.
That's right.
Give me the jar, because there's like...
Yeah, it was
The
broken.
broken shard. That's
I
gotta
mean-
be the murder weapon.
Nah, it's not a broken knife. You can't use this to stab anyone.
Oh, true. I might be stupid.
The thing.
Oh!
Yeah, the sword.
Oh my god!
If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error.
Mr. Wright.
In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife.
I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us.
The murder weapon was already broken parts to murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Oh, there we go. Thank God. Right here inside this picture.
This is a picture of the award ceremony.
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's the broken murder weapon.
Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding.
That's a broken knife.
As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from the award. So it'd be like...
Order! Order! Order!
Neil Marshall was awarded the King of Prosecutors Award that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. That's why I was thinking, okay.
But that can't be.
Oh? And why not, Mr. Edgeworth?
Because if the King of Prosecutors Award knife was the murder weapon, then the murder and the victim would be reversed.
I was thinking that. What do you mean?
I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Oh. Whoa!
But the prosecutor was the one who actually died!
That's true. What's going on here?
It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions.
Wait! I remember now. I remember everything.
Witness?
Mr. Edgeworth,
What is it?
could you show me your evidence list again, please?
This list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back?
I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it.
What?
You drew that?
That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture.
What?
All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me.
Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Sky?
Yes, Your Honor.
First, the knife makes up another blue badger? This should be interesting. What?
When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife.
Have I
Maybe
said anything this whole time?
No. What? Wait, what?
Did I cut off mid-sentence?
You just didn't say this part at all.
Oh.
Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
I somehow, like, pressed my local mute button with something.
This is
Oh.
certainly most unusual.
Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year.
Design him. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago.
Yes, well, the defense may now begin to cross-examine it.
Stop, please. Don't pursue this any further.
Lana!
What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair.
But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that?
Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back.
Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant.
It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter.
When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked.
Yeah,
Oh
I
wait,
read
fuck, yeah.
Are you sure about this?
Of course, see? I even drew a picture of him here.
But it was the chief of detectives who thought up this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The Blue Badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable.
I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere. Now I finally remember.
Oh, brother. Just when you thought the thing had caused enough commotion.
Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing?
Yeah, I remember this.
I've seen this before too. I forgot what it was though. It's like press this actually. His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face with his winning smile and all? A winning smile.
That's right, but I still remember it. Whoa. Whoa.
Bro, I swear to fucking God.
What happened?
Cheesy's
I'm trying to watch this stream, dude.
Cheesy is cursed.
Dude.
Dude,
oh.
dude.
It's stupid. Bro, I swear to God, if this keeps freezing, I'm gonna flip the fuck out.
This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2
Alright.
years ago.
I'm gonna disconnect and restart Discord, so hold up a minute.
And his disconnection lagged the game. It lagged the stream.
I read this already.
I
Yeah,
know.
right.
Wait for cheesy. Wait for cheesy.
We're waiting for Cheesy. Dude, he's actually fucking cursed, I swear to God. There's no doubt about it.
Hello?
Hello.
Oops, sorry.
Witness must be mistaken.
That may well be. But what's important is that this caused her to think she stopped what she did.
Oh? And I suppose you have an explanation? If so, then by all means, please tell us what this shadow really was.
What was it? What was it Emma saw when lightning flashed? Who is this Blue Badger really? The Blue Badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture. Yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on this fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looks similar to the Blue Badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room.
Mr. Wright.
In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in the instant? Please show us that mysterious Blue Badger look-alike.
It has to be this. It has 3 things.
Yeah.
Is that the right angle?
No?
Try.
Upside down.
Yeah, do it on the other side. The other side.
Upside
bad.
down.
Fucking flip it,
Ugh.
bro.
Bro.
What you doing?
Dude.
I'm having trouble with this,
You're on
dude.
my
Dude.
side.
Ugh.
What are you doing?
Dude,
Drunk man.
dude.
Oh, you on, bro. I'm going to fucking flip out, dude.
Dude, please.
It's not.
How can
Bro.
oh,
There, bro.
bro?
Oh my god.
Come the fuck on.
There we go. No.
It's it's not. I don't think it's that side. I think
You
it's
ain't
the
even
other
told anything yet. Oh.
side. Oh my god, bro. What's you fucking doing?
Hey,
What are you
shit ass. Wanna see me inspect a vase?
There we go.
No, it's that. It's that. It has to. Alright, go straight. Other side. I think.
It's kinda similar, but where's the third one? Because they have to all be on the top.
Switch down for problem. I swear, it's like the other side.
Hmm. Bro, I hate having the controls with a fucking single joystick. I want to move on the X and Y axis.
Oh
This
no.
sucks.
No, no. Oh no.
What?
It's starting again.
I just want to move on the fucking X axis.
We're gonna be here for hours.
I've been
God.
putting down timestamps for like a video where we all like fuck up majorly and it's like hilarious. This one's going to be 90% of the video.
Flip it upside down. I think.
Dude,
Wait, wait.
Dude,
did you not
please.
see that?
Bro, I swear. Oh, you had it. Dude.
I'm gonna
You
cry.
had it.
You had it twice.
It's right scared.
Oh my god, it's right there! Dude!
What are you
No,
trolling,
you're
bro?
moving it the
You have-
wrong way!
You have to be trolling. You have to be trolling. You have
You have to be trolling. You have to be
Has
trolling.
be trolling.
Waffle, please stop playing with our hearts like this. You're fucking us up.
This is like the masterfulest troll I've ever seen, dude. This is... Yeah, inspect that. Present that. Present that.
Oh my god, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's right. I was trolling. The dark red stain is mostly from the blood traces in the incident 2 years ago. Only the fragment found in Chief Kent's office still has much remaining on it. Oh. Okay.
Congratulations.
Go get the
You
other spot.
inspected that.
Others.
The mysterious blue badger was in fact this.
But that's... what exactly is that?
I believe it's some sort of jar.
Right. That doesn't look anything like the blue badger.
Indeed, it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, we'll feel to change our viewpoint.
Oh, our viewpoint.
I gotta show them. Oh God, why?
Oh god, why?
Oh boy.
No.
Oh wait. Oh, finally. God. Okay. Jesus Christ. No.
Do not troll.
You have it. You have it. You have it. You have it. It's right here.
Oh, stop! You're gonna make me cry!
Bitch.
What?
What? Maybe just try turning it straight up. Allow me to
Ugh.
remind the defense, its case hinges on the witness drawing. Mr. Wright can't match the shape of the witness drew. We cannot accept his claim.
Fuck you.
Yeah, try vertically.
Turn it around. Okay. No.
All the way around.
Dude, it's right there. I don't know what this game's fucking on, dude.
That. Oh.
Okay, that's way too like fucked up. A bit more.
I like how we have to listen to this music while we
Bit-
try
a
to
bit
find this angle.
This is literally just like
Bit more.
Mario 64 and merry-go-round tier.
A bit more. I think that should be good.
Yeah.
What?
Are you...
Bro!
Try the other side. I don't fucking know.
Hey, at least you're not getting penalties for this.
Yeah. Or else we'd be fucked over by now.
Now we'd be on our last chance right now,
Go to
probably.
The other side. I don't fucking know.
No.
I don't know what else this game wants.
Can't be.
It has to be this though.
You've already tried it twice.
No, try again. Angle it like more down. More. Not that down. Other down.
There shouldn't even be two downs.
Like that.
It ain't gonna work still.
Stop!
Well, is this a
this
miracle
game.
or what? Okay then.
Fuck this game, dude. Fuck this game.
No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger.
Finally. We can stop listening to the FNAF music. No, there's more of it.
It can't be.
This game is fucking ridiculous.
The defense has proven its claim.
Yeah, I remember.
The
having
mysterious
that.
blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this.
I'm pretty sure my brother played
Although
this, and
we-
he like,
Hmm?
he like fucking hated that part. Like he struggled so much. At it.
Although we all
I'm sure he had it
enjoyed-
like right 3 times too. This game just would not accept it.
See? Knows.
Although we all
Maybe
enjoyed
he didn't
Mr.
angle
Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point?
Rex.
What do you mean?
So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything.
I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything.
Indeed. Very well then. Please tell us. What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar?
Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of this murder, the witness saw this jar.
At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright.
Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen the jar?
Where?
The location of the jar is shown in the picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant.
But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself.
Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gant's office.
Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body? From Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office?
Yes.
Why would he do that? There's no reason.
Exactly. If it wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through all that trouble. The only logical conclusion was there was a reason.
Do you know what reason that is, Mr. Wright?
No.
I finally figured it out. This is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying?
That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. Jar! If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit?
The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous-looking sword.
Yes. Since the man who was knocked to the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy.
No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking.
Yes, there is another possibility of what actually transpired in the room.
Another possibility?
Of course the perpetrator would have no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through with this.
Mr. Wright, what's the matter?
If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neo Marshall,
Alright.
that was like 3 frames.
Rip.
You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No!
Dies.
Passes out.
You did well.
I never imagined her testimony would lead to this.
So it was the witness who took the victim's life. And then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented.
And he's just dead.
What? What are you saying?
I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances,
Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her?
Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body
was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it?
I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to... Calm down, Walter. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have to get proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neo Marshall?
Okay, I know this part. Evidence?
I'm willing to bet you don't.
Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence.
If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony.
I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead.
We certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning.
Stop!
Chill,
Stop
bro.
what?
Touche, Miss Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility.
You mean there's still another possibility?
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
I mean, the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. This is beginning to sound familiar. In one manner or another.
That's impossible.
Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist?
Okay, I know about this part. I've got to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name, the victim they left behind, is India. Yeah, I know this part. I saw it once on social media and I never bothered. This message is from the deceased, or this message from the deceased is already in their possession.
Rox,
Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer?
do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be.
Now then, Mr. Wright. Please show us the piece of evidence that conveys the message from the deceased.
This is the message left by the deceased.
Is that the blue badger from before, right?
Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name?
If that thing could, I'm sure it would.
Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar.
What do you mean?
If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood in this jar.
It looks like someone wiped the blood away.
Also, hold on. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood in some of the fragments was not wiped away.
Yes, there's a line here, drawn in blood.
So what you're saying is these dots were once lines.
Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used a few precious moments left to him to find the message.
One that someone apparently wiped away. The blood must have seeped into the jar where lines changed directions.
Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent.
No.
What kind of message did the victim leave for us?
Your Honor? I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. A forgot to connect these announcement letters. There's only one thing the victim could have written given the circumstances. His murderer's name.
Connect the dots.
Whee!
Fuck.
No. No, don't tell that. Oh, this can't be happening. This isn't happening. Oh my fucking god.
Damn, Wright has a lot of blood to be writing that.
The fuck?
It's
I was
defensive
honestly
attorney.
hoping. I kind of was honestly hoping.
It just didn't work.
Yeah, it didn't work because you like
Oh.
skipped those 2 dots.
Apparently, in the iOS version, you had to do. That
Oh.
sucks for iOS people. But why would you play a fucking phone version? Fuck
Yeah,
you.
you're
You
a
suck.
mobile gamer. You
Yeah.
deserve it.
It's a defense attorney's
Ah.
duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma.
So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind.
Of all people. She may not have meant it, but at the end, the one who took the victim's life
Miss Emma Sky.
See, Worthy? Can't say I didn't warn you.
Chief Gant.
Do you understand the implications of what you've done?
What? What are you talking about?
2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not?
Ugh.
Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction.
Jesus fucking Christ. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable.
I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't just defenders of justice,
What?
or merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence of forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied.
What's going on at the prosecutor's office? He might have sent an innocent man to his death. How can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault?
Order! 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 Order!
The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where the show is headed, no one knows.
This is so fucking... Oh my
This
god.
is the last part.
I have my
God.
cat, guys.
Final day.
Cat!
Smile.
I'm pretty sure you're gonna be able to hear his purring in the recording.
Final day 2. It's final day 2 waffle.
Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you into trouble.
Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
I've got a lot of nerve, pal. I'm gonna get a detective running all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals.
I take it Lana's having you run errands again.
Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, She asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial.
An evidence law? Edward was just talking about this the other day.
You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright?
It seems so.
Could at least study some evidence law, really. Chief Prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message.
A message?
She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book.
Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read.
Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though.
I'm reading it.
You can read. I can't read it.
That's it.
That's it.
Whole ass
How
book
many
just for that.
pages? We got like 1, 2, and there's like a third. You have 3 fucking things of evidence. Goddamn.
Needed a whole ass book just for 2 rules.
Yeah.
All that's left now is the Chief Prosecutor's sentence.
That's where you're wrong, Detective.
Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth, the real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she unwittingly caused a man's death. And now, you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal.
You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely struck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there.
What?
And we're still going to expose him. No matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end.
Cheesy, why'd you just send a Roblox game link to the Krusty Krab bombing of 2003?
Excuse me?
Just a Krusty Krab
Excuse
bombing in
me?
2003.
The Krusty
27
Krab bombing
dead
in
and
2003.
137 injured. It's the next trial.
Tried to save the family.
Court's now
Shogun!
reconvened to the trial of Miss Lana Skye.
Bitch.
Mr. Edgeworth,
Yes, Your Honor?
the Inquiry Committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions.
Thank you for the news, Your Honor.
Yes, well... Normally, this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness. But, this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have,
Struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses?
I didn't say that. Just, you see, everyone has been talking, and
Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution.
a solution?
That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses.
What? But there's no precedent, or there's no precedent for what you're proposing.
Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say?
Unbelievable. Hedgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal.
Then it's settled.
Defense may now call forth the next witness.
Mr. Wright?
Hmm?
You do realize that this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial's as good as over.
Defense calls.
Miles Edgeworth.
Gumshoe!
Gumshoe.
Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand.
Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything?
Oh, there's this like certain thing you guys will really like. As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it.
As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also have been the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor?
True. Alright. Bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch.
Your name and occupation, sir.
Worthy, are you sure you want to do this?
Your name and occupation.
So, you want to play hardball, huh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police.
Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony.
Oh, righto. What's with the grim face?
First, let's clear up this SO9 incident.
Oh? You mean the time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor?
Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already.
There are still some things unaccounted for.
Oh? Like what?
Like the role you played in all of this.
Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware that, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal?
Weapons?
Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to.
After this testimony,
What?
can we take a short break?
Yeah,
Is that true?
my throat's starting to hurt whenever I do Gant's voice. I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify.
Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks.
Don't worry. I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him on that day. To make a long story short, he slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Is that when Dark was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious.
God.
When Emma sent Neil flying, seems that Dark bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut.
If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I'd better hit him hard and fast.
Alright, can we take a break here?
Yeah, I need to get water. Alright.
Alright, be back soon. And we're back.
Alrighty. Welcome back.
Alright. Cross-examining time.
Let's do this.
How can you know that?
Because the victim's body, it had already been moved.
So that means... found the body near Lana's desk?
That's right. I think you said earlier. It was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor?
Yes.
Anyway. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery.
If you really had nothing to do with the forgery, then how do you explain this?
What's that? And what's that on it? A handprint?
Chief Gant, your explanation, please?
I don't know. You tell me, son.
Huh?
My dear Rido. Don't you know the second rule of evidence law?
Oh, not this again. Evidence law.
Rule 2. Unregistered evidence must be presented. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Oh, Gant, you dumbass. Tell me, how's that rag relevant to this trial? It appears the defense was not prepared.
I guess the steward used this piece of evidence. Oh, okay. So the other one, I guess.
Please accept my profound apologies, Chief.
No.
Would you mind giving the defense another chance? Well, okay. I'll do it just this once, but only because you asked, LG. Thank you. I assure the defense is terribly sorry.
Yeah. Sorry I didn't nail you. Okay. Yeah, I know what it is. This. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up.
Oh, explain yourself.
Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this list, for example.
That's the list that Miss Sky drew her picture on.
This was discovered in your desk. Not only that, but a piece of this jar that was sitting in your office was found inside your safe.
It was found where?
You see, Chief Gant? These articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also play a part in the illegal investigation.
Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? Oh. Here's a defense attorney who may be rubble worthy.
So you admit to it then, that you were involved in the forgery?
Oh, me? Or do you mean you?
Me? Why would I have anything to do with that?
Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only one. String. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Was this what Reich was caught using forged evidence or something?
No.
Oh.
That's in Trials and Tribulations of the third game.
Oh, I'm stupid. Isn't that right, Rido?
However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation.
Where are you, my boy? I was drinking water. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his punishment. Why did I emphasize the word dick?
What? If Gumshoe's salary drops any further, we'll end up paying to work. Damn.
Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding the stream. Regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office. And their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My. Stream.
Kids these days no longer know how to put 2 and 2 together. Let's see. What was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Mr. Wright,
Yes, Your Honor.
when investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful. Stream, please. Careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences.
Ooh.
Indeed, I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. Alright, Audrey. In return, though... I know. That place, right?
Huh? What are these guys, telepathic? What do you mean by that?
This is all purely hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did place... God, the string keeps lagging at some point. But suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery.
If concealing evidence found in the crime scene isn't forgery,
I'm not through speaking yet, Rido. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered.
how can you look me in the eye and say that?
Because I'm innocent.
Spell innocent backwards.
Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil? I'm not sure I care for the word murder here. But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye. Well, now do you see?
Really, Chief Gant. At the very least, there's one very large benefit you reap from.
Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit?
That would be, of course, the position you have, Chief of Police.
Oh,
The resolution of the SO9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive.
oh, that's a good one.
Huh?
Do you really think I'm that incompetent?
What do you mean?
Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little.
Is that true, Edgeworth?
Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway.
Yeah.
Be careful when pointing that finger. You might not wind up being the one pointed at.
So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else.
Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There. It's out in the open now. Uji, would you mind if I changed my testimony a little? By all means, please do.
I won't be anyone's accomplice. Okay.
Sorry. Nothing in it for you?
Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you better think again.
You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone.
Being tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised.
You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though.
Oh, that's a good one, Worthy.
Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? Yes. Sure, you might not help anyone out for their sake. But if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Oh, yes.
Mr. Wright. It appears you're positively determined to portray the chief
You are positively determined. Okay, cool.
as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand.
That's not what I mean.
Very well, then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? Detective Gumshoe! Lana.
What? Thank you.
Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky. The defendant?
I believe it's quite obvious in light of circumstances. Emma Sky fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit.
Self-profit? What do you mean?
After the yesterday incident was resolved, Lana Sky was appointed Chief Prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged the child change was you, Chief Gant.
But how would he profit from all of this?
He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations.
You don't mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh, wait. You must be puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind.
Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Sky in forging evidence. Your motive, to appoint her as Chief Prosecutor so you could control her.
Right on, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something.
What?
Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing?
Lana? She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant.
I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than a mere conjecture.
Unless that is also what happened in this incident.
This incident? Which one would that be?
Of course I'm talking about the murder of
The
Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her.
Worthy. You better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean?
What he means, Your Honor, is that the Chief Gant is involved in the Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement.
What? What? Order! I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious!
Huh?
This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency.
Am I smelling some bias here?
To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That's impossible.
Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language.
It's too late, Mr. Wright.
Hmm.
There's no turning back for us now.
It looks like he's the one who decided to go through with this.
Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved with this murder?
Good question. It's really fucking easy. Wow.
Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man with a single health.
Oh my
The
god.
question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell.
I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got. And it better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman.
Blue Badger.
Awesome.
This is the ID card list.
Yes, the woman that chose to enter the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 77777777.
Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number.
It's your number.
What? How do you know that?
The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code.
7 digits? You don't mean...
I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 777777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant! You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime.
Order! Order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations.
And I will demand that Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law.
What the heck?
But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card.
Chief Gant, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime? What about it? I'm chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want.
Like the jail?
Tell me.
Damn.
Or the chairs?
Ooh.
When you entered the room, when you're alone,
I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room.
Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he?
Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days.
You hadn't seen him in days? Chief Gant, I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman.
What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt.
no, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met with the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting?
In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime.
Yep.
Detective Goodman lost his ID card the day of the crime.
Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it.
So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police.
Yet you were in possession of the report. Which means you can't be sure he filed it.
He filed it. How do you know I asked? Or how do I know you asked? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day.
He needed to?
Yes, to transfer the evidence out.
Oh.
Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room.
Oh, it's over.
I accompanied him?
There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could
Wonder
have
what
been.
his breakdown is like.
You guys are gonna like it. I know what it is.
Hold on. Let me guess what you're gonna say next.
I didn't know the context though.
I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman.
Exactly.
But wait! The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him in the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of that sort.
Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body.
Whoa!
He's very mad.
Whoa!
W.
Chief Gant, you didn't!
The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, he contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course.
You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there?
I was at the police department the entire day, you know?
I know exactly what it fucking is.
And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony.
Dude, Lana literally told Phoenix.
Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal.
Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you. Take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so.
Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time I thought it was just a useless clue taking up space. Yep, yep.
Yep. How could the chief have moved the body?
It's your attorney, bitch.
Mr. Wright, show us this evidence.
To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. My turn, you bitch.
Shoot.
This is how you move Detective Goodman's body. Shut the fuck up, Chief.
What's that? A screwdriver? What does that have to do with this case?
Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here?
It's here because... Ah! I was asked to go, by Chief Gant no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office.
But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to.
You mean I...
The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car.
Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car.
Yes, unless of course you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one possible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye.
Order. What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal against the defense's outrageous accusations?
Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed into the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite.
It is a photo of the body being taken from the trunk.
Chief Gant, please say something. Believe your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Rado, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're gonna make it in time for the early bird special.
But the cross-examination isn't finished yet.
Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal,
Weapons?
like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That is not a right to casually be invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
So you're going to...
So you're going to just run away after all this?
Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now.
He's right. Well,
You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright,
Your Honor?
do you have any concrete proof?
We don't.
Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Smith Sky to dispose of his body.
Do I have any concrete proof? No, we don't. It's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence.
See, Yaji? In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief.
What?
Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Rido. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Yaji. I'll leave the rest to you. Damn it. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency.
Why?
Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her.
Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean?
There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony.
A lady who knows the truth. Another witness.
In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony.
But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify.
There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room.
Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person?
Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today.
Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist?
She may not be willing to tell the truth. But we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls for... And we'll start.
The defendant? Miss Lana Sky?
She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task to dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders.
Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor.
Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in Who's this?
Gant, I think.
Okay. Hold on! Huh? Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana.
He's talking to Lana.
I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder.
Ah! This isn't good.
Of course, you never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alright then. I've got a lunch date to meet. Stop, please. Okay. If there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess.
Looks like we managed to stay in the game.
Yeah, thanks for your help, Edgeworth.
That chief, he's something else, eh, pals?
Detective Gumshoe.
I'm not a detective anymore.
Oh yeah, sorry about that.
Don't worry. I've already decided where to work now. At your office.
My office?
Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with.
Do you mean Maya?
Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gantz, done it again. How is it he always gets the upper hand?
It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify.
Settle down, right? Remember what the judge said?
But Chief, that's not a right to casually invoke. There are certain risks to be considered.
Risks. What did he mean by that?
It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true.
You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? Who is this?
Oh, hey!
Emma, are you okay?
Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery.
So she heard everything that has been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before.
No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved.
Relieved?
Yeah, now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time... my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me.
Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her.
What do you mean?
What do you think I mean, to follow Chief Gant's orders? She must have shut herself up deep inside. To force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do.
It must be why she became so cold.
It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall.
Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal.
Joker.
Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor.
I see.
Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act.
Can I get some water first?
Emma, why don't you wait here?
H.
I guess.
Alright, I'll be right back.
Emma is waiting here. Goku collectible.
Goku collectible.
Why is he a collectible?
pissing is illegal.
What is this video that you sent, Big?
The video I sent? What? Where?
Where you shared the video?
The fuck is this?
Oh, that's the
The
video
wrong
Ernie
person.
sent.
Okay, Beck.
It's a silly guitar.
What video did
Silly
Ernie
guitar.
send?
No, it's the video you sent, the silly guitar one.
Fucking, oh my god, bro.
No, it's called Stay Happy.
That Cheesy
I
sent
sent
that.
Can you read?
You fucking numbskull.
It literally is, what the fuck? It doesn't say this on my phone. It just says new
Bro.
messages.
I will
I'll
literally
take
post
a-
it.
I'll take a
I'm taking a
screenshot right
picture.
now of what I'm seeing.
Krusty Krab bombing.
Holy shit, we've been doing this for almost 4 hours now. What?
The fuck?
You don't call me fucking stupid for something.
Yeah,
that
you guys
is
see
my
the
fucking phone.
the Robin block being crushed?
Yeah. Alright. Let's get a move on. We have a trial to
Let's do
finish.
this.
He's no longer
I
with
really
me.
just think
Fucking
Cheesy's
do this.
cursed.
No, I think
know
I'm
what,
going
that's
with
it.
you.
I'm stopped. I'm not gonna watch the stream now.
I want to be there. When Lana tells the truth. Let's go, right? It's time to end this.
Another to be continued.
Be
I
continued.
swear to fucking god.
They captured relief in a single jingle. This game's good.
Indeed.
Can capture relief in these nuts. Oh, I'm so funny.
Now then,
Permission to ban Cheesy.
Second.
will the defendant, Ms. Lana Sky, please
I'm gonna
take the
lag the
stand?
stream. Don't do it.
Miss Lana Sky, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you.
But
God
Mr.
fucking
Edgeworth,
damn it. Why?
you already know everything. You know all I've done these past 2 years.
Please provide the court with your testimony, Ms. Sky. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth.
Of course. The truth.
Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister.
Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with the Chief Gant.
Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant.
I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma.
Are you sure about this testimony?
Your Honor, I am confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure.
But Lana,
If this is true, that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this.
That's what I keep saying.
Shut up.
please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me.
But what if she's telling the truth?
She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony.
Yeah, this is no time to start second guessing myself.
The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Did you do so to help your sister?
Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life.
But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything.
That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him.
Lana,
So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago.
You say you did this all by yourself?
Yes.
Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene?
It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. A broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body.
What? The prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident.
That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement.
You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark?
Something like that.
If that's so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife.
Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle.
That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies.
all just to protect me.
So when you found a scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to.
Yes.
You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim's wound?
And then you moved the body?
But why? Why would you do that?
You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders.
It isn't that bad. Maybe I'd ask for the sake of the others. When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body?
It was where you deduced it, by Chief Gant's desk.
But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there?
The reason for that is simple.
Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body.
The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan.
Wait. Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister.
You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered?
If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction between your testimony.
Contradiction in my testimony?
You testified, and I quote, the pieces of the jar that shattered during the evidence threatened my plan.
That's right.
Do you have a problem with that?
It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood.
Yes, the prosecutor must have written that in his final moments.
Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died.
Ah,
He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar.
Order, order.
Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here.
Something critical?
Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed.
What?
Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth.
Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony.
I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. But it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered.
You mean you were the one who wiped away the blood?
I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time.
She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
This is easy. Easy. Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals the truth even you weren't aware.
What?
We found the final piece of the jar in Chief Gant's safe.
In the chief's safe? But how?
I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it.
But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them.
Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you.
But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece?
I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective.
Junpei,
That may well be,
More like eight.
but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Huh, can you believe that?
Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken.
Oh, that.
There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness.
I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he break the jar?
The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Your Honor, can you answer us that?
Ugh! No! Why the fuck did the judge have a breakdown? Wait. I'm not the one on trial here.
Damon Gant arrived at this crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposefully hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called?
Fabrication of evidence.
But why would Chief Gant do that?
In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear?
What happened afterwards?
Discovering the scene, Lana Sky believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Sky became the Chief's puppet.
Ooh.
No,
Ooh.
I did it all on my own.
Please, sis. Stop trying to protect the chief. I-
Stupid bitch.
I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake.
No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients.
Oh, lies. Imagine that coming from my own client.
I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth.
Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap?
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright?
Anna? Maybe right after all.
What do you mean, right?
So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright?
Miss Sky, please testify once more.
But
If evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie.
But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall.
Miss Sky, if you will.
I can't.
There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there's a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth.
Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw.
All right. The witness may testify once more for the final time.
When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on the suit of armor sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to that murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent.
Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor sword?
You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof.
Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning.
To me? What?
It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it.
Wait. No.
I thought it might be needed.
But I don't remember receiving a picture like that.
Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Present this picture.
I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana.
Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right?
I seem to remember getting something from her then.
Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere.
Oh no.
Hey,
Oh, there's a picture. Oops, I didn't mean to do that.
Have fun flipping through.
Damn.
Hey, there's a picture here.
Oh. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene.
No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything.
Mr. Wright!
I want to check this out real quick, actually. Bruh, 4th page.
Trying to find anything wrong with it?
Right. Why is part of his like vest missing?
Whoa.
It's the fucking piece of cloth.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
like,
yeah.
Yes!
And that has Emma's fingerprints on it, which means that she was the one that did it.
Then why is it torn?
To hide it
To hide it.
Ow.
in the safe
Why?
to protect her. That piece cut out from his vest, could that be...
The cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe. What's this?
This is a handprint, isn't it? That cloth, it had fingerprints on it. Whose ever fingerprints those are must be the real murderer.
Unfortunately
What?
so.
Are those fingerprints? They're yours, Emma.
Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
When I arrived, I found Mr.
Oh, come now, Udgy. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gant. What? Now you want me to make me out as a bad guy too? So, I'd like to put a word or two in my defense.
I'm afraid it's too late for that.
What?
You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort.
This must be that wrist we were talking about earlier.
Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck.
Get him!
Ooh, get him! So what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you.
Nope.
But I don't need to make any statements.
What do you mean?
The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't. But someone does. Someone? So, what's your excuse, Rido? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. True, Mr. Wright.
No, we can't store up. If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as a murderer. No.
Right. If you have any more evidence, present it now. And if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries.
What do I do now? I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time.
What? You lie! Chief Gant? You opened my safe! I know you took what was inside! The conclusive evidence!
Tricked. I don't know what you're talking about.
Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together.
Tricked.
Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it.
What are you talking about, Chief Gant?
Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture.
Oh.
See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like part of it's been cut off for some reason.
You mean you had this in your safe?
What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in history of the police department.
Tricked! Tricked!
Tricked as fuck.
Tricked! And trolled!
Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Rido.
Eh.
Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana.
So you really were manipulating her.
I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid.
So you assisted Miss Sky?
I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room.
Oh, hold on. Okay. Hey guys,
Yeah?
Yeah?
I have a question.
Hmm.
So, this piece of cloth,
Doesn't match
Um,
up with the vest hole.
no? Why is there no blood on it?
Why is there no...
You're right.
You're right.
So, what, did he, like, fake it?
I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted.
Tamper with the crime scene. I had two pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you.
2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe?
But why? For insurance, of course.
Insurance?
I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for? A fool? I didn't make police chief. I didn't make I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. Do you see this jar fragment? I had the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood of all the pieces.
But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar, too?
Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance.
You mean
You
that piece of cloth?
Oops, sorry. Come on, Rido. Cough it up already. I know you have it.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright?
We have to, don't we? So you admit to it then, Chief Gant? That you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe?
Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Rido. You should have shown it before it was too late.
It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, this victory is mine. Yeah, I'll show it. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now.
Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall.
Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest?
Oh yes, at last you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth.
Your Honor, the prosecution requests that be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly.
You mean... It could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. That's
There's no
not...
blood.
That
There's
was
no
Edward.
blood.
You just
Fuck!
read my line.
Oh, god damn
Oh,
it again!
My bad.
I'm sorry. What?
Who's that?
Who left? Cheesy?
Cheesy.
You're as slow as on the uptick as ever, Worthy.
What?
Think about it. Rydo had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be?
You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that. Mr. Wright, do you really know?
Whoever the fingerprints must belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they?
Very well. I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person to whom these fingerprints belong to is...
Emma? Emma Sky?
What? They're mine?
I'm sorry, Emma.
But why? Why didn't you tell me? Big?
Oh, I said the line. Did I not?
No.
Whatever. There's a lot.
You're really something, Rydo. You knew this girl did it all along. And you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death.
How could you? You monster?
Miss Sky,
You knew whose fingerprints those were all along. Yet you acted like she really didn't.
Miss Sky, it's not over yet.
What?
I said this trial isn't over yet.
I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer?
Before I do that, just one little thing I have to clear up.
Oh? And what's that?
Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall?
What?
Chief Gant, you were absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask?
It was Emma Sky, wasn't it?
I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction.
What? A contradiction? What is this foolish babbling about?
I'm talking about a contradiction, one that proves who the real killer is.
Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth. What could it possibly contradict?
Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts his cloth is this image.
The photo. And what exactly is this supposed to be?
This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out?
Yes. His shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though.
Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs no doubt were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth.
Oh, but that piece of cloth.
Completely clean.
Wait, there's no blood on it. Ah!
Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on his cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled at the store at that time.
No, this is nonsense.
Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside.
He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out.
And so then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armored sword?
Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue, and make Lana believe their sister did it.
Remember what she admitted only moments ago? That she personally cut out the bloodless piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you prove that you were the actual murderer.
No!
It's finally all over.
Objection? It's Lana, isn't it? Oh, what? Oh, that was close, Rhino. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute to your allegations. What do you mean you refute to his allegations?
This is it, guys.
You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Order! Order! What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Reggie? Earlier, old Rhino here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Rhino? You have some conclusive evidence, don't you?
Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this current time.
Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence.
But that's not fair.
Hold on. I'm thinking here. Alright.
Did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son. I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth?
True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal.
Well, Mr. Wright?
It seems at last. The time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived.
Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposefully and illegally concealed this piece of cloth?
Okay, so he did not, because I'm like thinking here. For the second one, he did. No one could have known it was like his like thing before when this picture was shown, so it wasn't relevant. And then for the first one, I don't know. I have no idea. But it can't be. I admit I refused to present it at one point.
Aha! So the evidence is illegal.
No, it isn't, Mr. Gant.
Huh?
It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't.
What do you mean you couldn't?
There are certain procedures involved in presenting evidence.
Oh, Aji, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You really can't believe...
There's only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not?
Very well. Let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now.
This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law.
What's this?
I have done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more.
What?
You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law.
What the hell was that?
That was my fucking cat.
Cat.
Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department.
I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department.
Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial.
And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the Elsa incident.
What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and...
Sorry, but can you recall? When was this? Or when was that picture presented?
That was shown only a few moments ago. No.
He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless.
The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant.
You yourself confessed to a certain truth.
Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest?
Oh, yes. No!
It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth.
The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant. The killer was you.
What the fuck is going on?
This is his breakdown.
I can't do this. I knew you should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me.
Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty.
He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Star, then convinced Bruce Goodman.
Detective Goodman?
Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me. Goodman then turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jack Marshall didn't know when to quit.
He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence.
Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden, he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman?
Who the fuck is Goodman?
He died. We don't have a voice for him.
We don't have a voice.
Who wants to be Goodman?
I don't know.
I think.
Droxus?
Think of something. Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered.
He opened his evidence locker as he was talking to, and as I was taking the evidence out, he said,
It's not too late. I'm gonna hand all of this over to Marshall.
well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it, that accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out.
Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime.
Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake.
The bloody handprint. On Detective Gumshoe's
I
locker.
knew it!
Yep. I used to be known as the crime computer. But everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it.
Then you put the body in my car?
I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us in Texas ever will.
Ugh.
Leaving the prosecution's car aside? How? How could you get Miss Sky involved in
Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out.
So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker.
I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take.
So, you left the jar fragments in the glove.
Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay.
Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that.
Tell me, Worthy. Why do you stand in court?
Me?
You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone.
Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Aji. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Damon Can. I knew as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator, an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are long gone now, Aji. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Raido here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning. Melodious.
There are two things I want you to understand.
Yes?
First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon can't protect you from the very beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent.
You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Grant help me forge evidence up until today.
So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered.
I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble.
My. What high standards you have for a rookie.
Eh.
I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top. Smile. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright.
Miss Sky.
And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you.
It was nothing.
Liar.
I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth.
Stop it. I only did my job.
In light of this case, it seems that a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky,
Yes, Your Honor.
you are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date.
Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling?
It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains.
Well, this trial has gone on for far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky. It's over. Holy fuck. That is all. This court is adjourned. That was a lot.
At long last, it's finally over. Emma? Oh. Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook. But at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit.
No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended,
I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you, too, Mr. Edgeworth. You suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well. I'm pretty sure it was not the lines that were said.
You know, I did my best too. But Lana didn't say a single word to me.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals.
Some good old comic relief.
Oh, guess I am.
Third time and it's still good.
I'll come back later.
Gumshoe, it's always good.
Gumshoe, what is it?
You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making the detective run all around while on duty. Dude! And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding.
Oh, are you here because of my sister again?
Nope. Not this time. I came today because of you, pal.
Me?
That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone.
Lana!
Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know.
Well, I won't tell if you won't.
Emma, I owe you an apology.
It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it.
That day, 2 years ago, was the first time in my life I've ever panicked.
Damn.
It was all I could keep. It's all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped in that mess.
Sis.
I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now, I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by just distancing myself. But I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew.
But sis, you were only doing it for me?
No.
Huh?
I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you.
Sis.
I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry.
But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now.
You're happy?
Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have.
Oh, Emma. Emma! I'm going to kick your fucking ass.
Oh my.
No one can change the past. The only thing we can... The only thing we can do is try to make up for our mistakes.
Way to butcher
Why
the
must we
wise
make up for our
words.
mistakes? You ask. Because in so doing, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it's from there we can move towards a brighter future. At least that's what I felt, Mick, watching the two sisters make up.
Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe.
Me?
Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday.
Did you get a text?
Isn't that right, Edgeworth?
I did.
Edgeworth. Also, Gumshoe was the MVP.
Yep.
Stop
Gumshoe was
hiding
the
and
MVP.
come over here. He seems pissed.
Why was he hiding?
I just came to say, congratulations.
Thank you.
I really hope he does what I think he's going to do.
Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Please
Oh,
tell me
no.
he's gonna. Please tell me he's
Right.
gonna.
Well, I'll be going now.
No!
Oh, I wanted him to do the.
I'll do it anyway.
Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame
Whoa.
yourself for what happened.
Whoa.
Whoop.
We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you.
It's too late for me.
Uh.
No matter what anyone may say, I realized today that I can't correct my mistakes.
Mr. Edgeworth,
Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right.
You despise criminals. I could feel it. You and me, we're the same.
Oops.
One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone.
I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now.
Edgeworth.
Who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor.
Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damien Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said, in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that would otherwise have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right? Right?
Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz?
come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lana's talking about.
Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able. Oh. This. Yeah.
That's the picture I drew.
Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list, and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture.
That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth.
It's time for me to go.
Mr. Edgeworth,
If you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor.
Edgeworth! What will you do now? But whatever you do, just remember. You can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can help it let you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I fucked that up so much.
I know. It seems I owe my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem.
Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court.
Farewell.
Edgeworth is not Injustice for All, and I think it's for the spin-off Sick Boys.
I better be going too.
okay, but I'll be by to visit soon.
It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you.
Scientific investigation.
It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well.
Thanks, sis, I will.
And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I start a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover my fucking laggy ass.
Well, don't go checking off just yet, pal.
Let's go.
Huh? What is it, detective?
There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. See, she isn't supposed to be at a jail like this.
But
I just said it was okay.
Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story.
Huh?
Basically, I had to bribe a gardener to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either.
Huh?
way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side.
Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here's the one who'll be footing the bill.
Oh.
What, you think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal.
Huh? Huh? Huh?
Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best.
Why is it? I suddenly feel like I want to scream.
Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go.
Oh, the credits just started from that. Nice. Holy shit, this game has been a ride.
Yeah.
For a friend of mine in Euro. Oh wow.
Euro?
Studios under top corner.
Is that true?
For me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the
What?
prosecutor's office.
I'm just making a
I
gut
managed
guess. Like,
to find my way back into the field somehow. Then
Who's
I'll
that
be able
your-
to investigate crimes together with Emma.
who's the European friend that's taking care of Emma? Is it just a completely ambiguous character?
Probably, yeah.
Most likely.
They're female, that's all we know.
Why'd it be Trucy? She's a fucking child.
I literally just guessed.
Fucking child.
I don't know. I didn't know
Yikes.
Trucy
I
was a
thought I
child.
was a gunner for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalized you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. It just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easily. Art.
Art.
Which one? My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Philly. Can't you believe it? I've been demoted to security guard. My partner's been keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them though. Someday I'm gonna make a detective. Yes, sir. Then I can. Oh God, I don't think you want to be like Dick Gumshoe.
No, no,
No.
no!
No!
Hey,
No!
look, it's the blue badger.
Don't break. Please don't break.
Please don't break.
I'm on my knees. Please.
Oh, I got what it deserved.
It's
That was great. Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with the steak lunch partner? Miss Star managed to sneak this in for me. She's seeing one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water?
Sure.
I think he's schizophrenic.
Yeah. I think Marshall is
Looks like we
schizophrenic.
won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meat on the menu. The top layer tastes bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is sweet as victory. Kids seem to digest the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around me.
Digest.
It's backwards.
Honestly, that's a cool food concept.
That's a cool food.
Yeah, that is cool.
Vomits
Enjoy.
and then never eats it again.
The middle is just like this bland taste.
Brandon Gay.
Brandon
Why is that
Gay.
funny? Why is that funny?
It's not.
you
It's
laughing?
not.
Gay. I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left?
Dickhead.
Anyway, he said he's been doing something other than for how many years? Well, anyway, I got an idle trial to get to, so I better be... Huh? Oh no, I forgot my gavel! Sorry, gotta go.
Chair!
Chair!
There.
I wonder if we'll see Maya again.
Probably.
I hope.
Yes, she
Probably.
does return in Justice for All and Trials and Tribulations. She is there.
But we're doing Apollo Justice next.
Oh yeah, and Trials and Tribulations, we get to play as, I think,
You can play as Edgeworth?
Ah, nothing soothes the soul like a fresh. Still, something I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm full-fledged spirit medium.
Mr. Meyer. Afternoon training is about to begin.
Coming. Well, see you around, Nick.
Yo, Nick.
Dies by car crash.
Actually play as Edgeworth and
You can play as
Phoenix Wright too?
Edgeworth and
You're like
no,
Mia too.
sorry.
and
Yeah,
who?
young Mia. Young Mia.
Young Mia.
Mhm.
Well, I know there's like a game based around Edgeworth too, right?
Yeah, Edgeworth Investigations. 2 games. I think it takes
Yeah.
place during Justice for All. I'm not sure on that. Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh, that's me. Mr. Edgeworth, I brought you your tea. Hmm? What's going on?
George Washington fit.
Midnight.
When the credits are done, you guys want to move on, you know?
I just want to see all the
Dude.
post-credit stuff.
Yeah.
Thanks
yeah.
for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book.
And then she'll come back and Apollo Justice. There's a picture, right? A letter. Haha.
Aww.
Oh my god, that's
That's
amazing.
sweet. Oh my god, that must
Oh
make me
my god,
sad.
that's amazing.
Oh
Short ass.
my god. Holy fuck, that actually brought a tear to my eye. I'm not fucking joking.
Left-handed salute.
Let's get a Capcom? Thank you, God. Let's get a
Fucking
Capcom.
Go!
Let's get a Capcom. Now give us Phoenix Wright. Now give us Phoenix Wright 6. Thank you. 7. 7, please. Can we get 7?
What more is there to add?
All right.
Oh,
And that's a wrap.